Okay, so I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or not, but if you can, let me know. I've tried to add this microphone. I'm not sure how loud it is or if it sounds good or not, but since I'm diagnosing things right now, I figured I might as well go ahead and do a mic if it works. Let's see here. So yeah, just let me know if you can hear me. I'm not sure. So today, let's see here. Today I was going to try to use some different settings that Uber um, had set up. But the problem was, for some reason, between now and then, I'll turn off the music in the background in case you can hear it. In between now and then, for some reason, whenever I'm starting a print, it basically fails as soon as it. Um, you'll see the light going off. That's basically when Clipper's going to shut down. I'm just going to try printing something else that is a single color print just to make sure something like, is good there. Let's see here. I keep getting errors saying that audio bitrate's nothing, which implies to me that it's not sending anything out, which is disappointing. Hey, Steve. Let's see here. So, it is warming back up. Let's see. Okay, great. Yeah, so it's warming back up. We'll see if this works or not. And the audio sound. Okay, let me see here. I can boost the audio just a little bit here. Just a second. We will. Let's see here. Gain. Let's see here if this is better. It's probably too loud now. Hopefully I won't scare you guys. Okay. Let me know if that's better or if that's too much. Might drop it just a touch. Like that. Okay. So, this is just a ringing test tower, I think. So we'll see if this works. This is something, this is not Mainsail. It's another development kind of web UI for Moonraker that Cadrio is working on. So I agreed to test it out for him. It's still kind of early. There's new releases every day almost, but the nice thing is that it's so easy to update. It's just copying and pasting some new files in. I'm going to go over and check and see if it is going to print or not. It might actually be, since this is a single color print, it probably doesn't know that it needed to prime, but it is printing. That's the important part. Even though there's no filament within the first 100 millimeters or so. So it has to be something with my tool changer or tool swap stuff. So I'm not sure why that would be. I don't think so. I've been tuning today. Did some input shaper testing. I did some retraction testing. And most of what I have, I got rid of. Let's see. Yeah, so I commented out input shaper. I'll just delete it. I know it. It must be something with my slicer settings that I messed up. I may go ahead and so this is what I was going to print. I was going to print the Benchy, but then since the Benchy takes like 5 millimeters before it starts doing filament swaps, I was going to also print this. This is the palette Mosaic palette keychain. I was going to print that because that has a layer swap or a tool swap on the first layer. Let's see here. And I am going to printer settings. I'm going to use the SwitchWire printer settings. So I got Uber's config profile. So this is all his stuff here, and I'm going to assume that it works. So let's try 192. Okay. Save as. Okay. So I'm going to cancel this print because there is really no reason to keep it going. And it does look like it did end up getting filament there eventually. So let's rehome. I'll get this out of here. It was interesting. I just watched Prusa's update today about the about some of their slicer updates, which was kind of cool. You know, I didn't know about a lot of the stuff they were working on. I'm not sure if any of it's really a game changer for me right now, but it's something that I'll be interested in trying out once it reaches kind of the main branch. Come on. It's annoying when it prints just enough that it doesn't really come off easily. It looks like my nozzle is a little bit too close to the bed. Oops. The one thing I have realized is that Uber was doing some testing with this two color, but he was doing PLA, so I'm not sure how much of his settings will work for my setup. Steve is also working on this as well on his SwitchWire. Let's see here. So I'm going to go back to Prusa Slicer. I'm going to attempt to slice this. I do need to set the build plate to the correct size because my Voron is not the same size as SwitchWire. Let's see how this works. We'll try this. Okay. Yeah, first test you're using PLA. I would try PLA, but unfortunately I'm not sure. I think all the PLA I have is probably multiple years old, unfortunately. I think the last time I printed PLA was a coworker wanted to print a light diffuser for their refrigerator. Had like a, I guess the manufacturer had changed from like a, I'm not sure if it's a halogen or incandescent light in their refrigerator to an LED light, but they used the same light diffuser with the LED bulb. So essentially it was wasting a bunch of vertical space, and he had really tall bottles he wanted to put in the refrigerator, but they'd hit that kind of light dome in the center. So he asked if I could print a light dome that was a lot slimmer, and so what I ended up doing is I ended up getting some clear PLA and trying that out, which was pretty cool. I had never printed with clear PLA before. It actually worked really well, and I think he's still using it to this day. But yeah, that's the last time I printed PLA, and that was probably early 2019, and I think before that it had probably been, you know, maybe a year before that I printed PLA last. Except occasionally some wood filament for like vases or little flower pots or stuff like that. Looks nice. So it is heating up. Hey, how's it going? Oh man. Oh, what is going on? I just don't get this. This is really annoying. Okay. This was working yesterday. I honestly don't know what I changed. Let me try. Actually, I should probably look in the Clippy log, actually, to see if there's some more um, obvious kind of error. Okay, come on. What it's saying. So I'm gonna go to temp folder, Clippy log. We'll download this. Oh man, it's not what I wanted. Let's try that again. Okay, so let's see what happened at the end here. Attempting MCU reset command. Emergency stop. Okay, here we go. Step or too far in the past. So I wonder if it's stepping the extruder too fast. E12, let's see here. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, it's funny because it was working yesterday, or it's been working before. So I don't exactly know, like I haven't changed the firmware. So I don't know. I updated the UI, but that wouldn't have changed anything. Let me see if I can go back to, I should have saved a backup. Let's see here. I'll try this one. Let's see here. Go back here. Okay, let me think of the things I've changed recently. So prime all extruders, we want that. Where is it? It is filament settings. I know I changed the all that stuff should be fine. I'll remove those though. Filament. Ah, here we go. That shouldn't change anything. But let's do that. Okay. I know I did change these. Let's change this slower. Or actually, let's go here. let's change this back to like 50. Not to 50. I don't think any of those should be a problem. Printer settings. Okay, so the thing is, we definitely want the single extruder multi-material. That tells the slicer that we have one hot end and two filaments. Let's see here, extruder. We'll just bump this up to 4. Those retraction speeds all look good. I'm going to try to put this back to 120 because that's what I had before, which may or may not be. No. I'm going to keep this at 10. There are some things I did change in this single extruder multi-material setup here. I'll try this, and if this doesn't work, I'll revert back to my previous values. Ah, I should have been preheating. I'm going to look back at these settings while we're waiting. So cooling tube position, I wish I had the image showing up, but essentially what Prusa does is they, when they retract the filament, they do the, let's see if I can find the setting here, multiple extruders, here we go. So this ramming settings, I haven't changed these at all, but essentially it'll, when it switches filaments, it'll extrude slightly so that there's no kind of partially melted filament at the end, or the minimum amount possible, and then it retracts to the position defined in this section right here, cooling tube position. So this one right here is basically set for the the heat break, or not the heat break, the heat sink of the V6, I believe. It's about where that is. And for some reason, this is kind of interesting, but they move the filament back and forth a number of times at this position. 29, I think it's 29, say, plus or minus 5, so it's moving 10 millimeters each kind of cooling move. And that's theoretically to try to keep the filament formed, because there's still going to be some melted material there. They're trying to make sure it doesn't create a bulb at the end that would cause it to jam the next time it goes in to the hot end. And then they retract it back a little while more, this 130 millimeters. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to switch back to full screen so you can see how this goes here. Display capture off. Oh, I should have changed this around. Oh my. You know what, guys? I may have to call this one quits. I really don't know. So I'm gonna try one more thing before I call it quits. So first of all, I'm gonna restart. I'm going to home, and I'm going to preheat this so we don't have to wait as long next time. Then I'm going to go back to Prusa Slicer, and I'm going to set these back to the values I think I had before. So default value 92, default value 5, default value 91.5. That seems interesting, and then here, I don't know why, but I set this to 120 before. I think I had this at 60 and 30. Should have saved it back up first. Lesson learned. Slice. Let's try this again. probably another too far in the past, which is strange because I don't know what. I feel like it's got to be a configuration setting. Um, in the like slicer, because at least I've done the same, even G code that I sliced, except that's true. Even in G code I sliced yesterday, it's still faulting out. So that's a interesting. So this probably won't do anything. Because if G code that worked fine previously is now failing, that implies that it is not slicer related. Okay. One thing I know I did do is I changed the current for the extruder motor, and that doesn't make any sense why that would do anything. But I could try flashing the. Yeah, it's going for a purge line there. It does do it primes both nozzles at the beginning. Um, Step or too far in the past. Okay. So it's requesting a lot of steps quickly, which is interesting. I'm going to go back to my config and make sure that I did not close that. Let's open it back up just to make sure I have the latest version. And I'm going to do this while this is here. Oh, wait. Jobs. Let me try this again. Okay, it's booting back up. Okay. Let me make sure that there's no like really stupid value in here. I'm gonna keep printing the ones I know at least worked yesterday, because then it's not a slicer issue. So, ah, okay, that might be it. I think what I'm doing differently is my acceleration is at 7,000, which I'm going to drop it back down to 3,000. And I also have pressure advance enabled on my extruders, which may be the combination of both of those with the really fast movement is throwing off. Let's set this to 0. And let's set this to 0. I bet this is it. I'm almost positive. Let's try it again. Let's see here. I want to go back to the. Let's see if I have the switch wire one, because I think that was it. So I want to. This might still fail, but I'm going to try it. Okay. Cross our fingers. Sorry about that. I've been talking to myself here for a little while. So whenever I made the sorry about that. So whenever I made the I made a new scene in OBS for the full screen print. And when I did that, I forgot to add the microphone to it. So that's why you couldn't hear me. But yeah, so basically what I was just saying is it did the filament swap successfully, it looks like. And I was able to see the cooling routine where it extruded, where it basically rammed the filament and extruded some, and then I retracted it to the cooling section and kind of went back and forth to generate a nice filament bulb at the end. And then it swapped filaments properly, which is great. So hopefully now you should be able to hear me. I'm going to start looking for some... Perfect. Great, you can hear me now. Let's see here. I want to look for Thingiverse. Let's see if I'll jump over to here. There we go. See if there's any other test prints here that could be cool. That are maybe medium difficulty. That's pretty cool. Yeah, if any of you know of any good ones, just I think you can post a link in the chat. But if you don't, that's fine too. I think it's so cool, like watching a 3D printer print for the first time is just so mesmerizing. You just sit there and just watch. But then seeing it swap colors is just, it's really, really cool. And if it can be reliable, then it's even better. Trying the 2-color frog, okay. Oh, that looks cool. Looks like a nice small test print too. To download that. This one's kind of interesting. Of course, I just have 2 colors, so and this is more of a 3-color or 4. I'll download it anyway. So I can hear it swapping now. That first layer looks perfect. It's maybe a little bit, still a little bit close. I'm gonna bump it up just a touch, which is probably bad after the first layer, but I did tighten up my belt some today. I started doing some of the resonance test prints. Let's see here. I'm just gonna post this link. So let's see, let me see if I can show you the prints I've done. Okay, so what I was working on today, I obviously have too much, yeah, this one was bad because I took it off too soon. Let's see if I can put it far enough to focus, maybe not. Anyway, I was doing the ringing test print. Yeah, I knocked off the thing that's holding up the door here. Okay, it happened again. Let me get some tape. Unfortunately, you may find this funny, but when I was building my this 2.4, I had ordered the extrusions in March, and maybe it was March or February. And I went ahead and ordered all the extrusions for this printer, as well as for the I had, the two other printers. I had ordered some extrusions for them as well. It just so happened that the vertical extrusions for this 300 millimeter 2.4 are 480 millimeters long, and the horizontal extrusions for my very large 1.8, they have 460 millimeter extrusions. And so, unfortunately, I had picked up 4 of those. So there was 4 480 and 4 460 that I hadn't touched. And of course, I happened to pick up the 4 460 and built the printer with them. So I'm about 20 millimeters too short, and normally that would not be an issue. Except the kit I got from Magic Studios had, of course, the correct size extrusions, which is unfortunate, or correct size panels. So all of my my side panels, my back panel, and my front panels are too tall for the size printer I have. And I almost considered swapping out the extrusions one by one, but I had spent enough time making sure that all of my extrusions were perfectly, aligned and everything like that. And I knew if I tried to shortcut it by replacing one extrusion at a time and leaving the rest of the frame intact, that I wouldn't be able to line everything up as well as I would have liked. And so, rather than getting the extra 20 millimeters of build volume back, which I usually won't use, I went ahead and just said it's okay. But the problem with that means that my side panels obviously are too tall, so I can only use the side clips, and then the front doors are too tall, so I can't use the magnets to close them. So probably I need to cut those down so they fit, but yeah, a day at a time. But yeah, so I did the ringing test prints, and I think I had too much cooling, which is why they were cracking. But it's been a while since I've used Bowden extruders, so I know I need pressure advance and all that type of stuff. But my pressure advance tower, I think this is the one I just did today. Yeah, pressure advance tower, I doubled up the rate. Because the first one I did peaked right around the top, so around 0.95. This one I doubled it, so it's right around here, which is right around 1 pressure advance, which is really high. And I have these little pancake motors on my Mobius extruders. One of them is the same as the Afterburner, and it runs pretty well. The other one is from the kit, and for some reason I ran it at the same current. I need to double check the max current, but it was freaking hot. Like, I'm surprised it did not melt the plastic it was mounted to. So I dropped the current down to, I think, 0.4 amps instead of 0.5. But I'm not sure how it's going to handle the really fast accelerations. That may limit my peak accelerations just because the Mobius can't keep up with pressure advance. The other thing from my previous stream, which you may have noticed, is that every layer change, it basically retracted the filament, like 100 millimeters, and then, even if it didn't need to do a filament swap, which makes no sense whatsoever. So, thanks to Uber and his config, I was able to find the line. I'll just swap over there now. The area, I think, was, not custom G code. Here we go. After layer change, there was some G code in here that basically said retract and push back in, which did not make any sense at all. So that probably should save some time now, because it doesn't take quite as long to, especially if it's printing without, if it's printing without swapping filament and the layers. It should speed things up. Awesome. Raymond, I did not tell you I was here because the first long portion of this stream was me struggling to figure out why the printer crashed every time I started print, which ended up being the 7,000 acceleration and 0.5 pressure advance. The step rate was too high. So there is a calibration box that Kennedy sent me. So let me open that up here just a second. Take a look and see what it looks like. Okay, I will swap over to that. Here we go. So the one thing I didn't know before this, and you probably all know this already, but I was trying to figure out how to load a multi-filament print, and I was just like, clicking one, and then I was clicking another, and it just didn't work at all. But I realized if you open them all at the same time, which I'm not sure in this one if you should. There we go, perfect. It said, let me just do that again. So it asks if it's a multi-part object, and if it says yes, then it aligns them all into one object. And then over here in the side, you can select which extruder you want for which part. So this is actually pretty cool. I think this is designed, I think this is a palette print, which the palette has four inputs, so that would make sense. I guess theoretically, if you really wanted to, maybe you could use a Y-splitter with 2 palettes and have 8 filaments. That would be ridiculous. Let's look at the, let me see here, I think Cron sent me something else from Prusa. Ooh, that's cool. Multi-material. So PETG, okay. Let me download these. Come back here. Ooh, okay. I was trying to figure out how it was going to print, but yeah, that makes sense now if it's on the side. It still is probably going to be difficult to print like right around here. You can't see my screen, or you can't see my cursor, can you? Capture cursor. There we go. Okay, now you should be able to see where I'm pointing. But yeah, so around this kind of peak there might be kind of difficult. And then this section may be an issue, may not. Might be a nice, just a second, let me rearrange. So it looks like we have 2 things. I'm actually going to change the extruder colors here just to match the, let's see here. We have a teal, dark teal, and we have a graphite. I may actually have that swapped around. There we go. I think it's actually swapped, but just to see what it would look like if we did it this way. That would be pretty cool. The Altastick Flex Plate. It is great. Um, I love the Altastick Flex Plate. That's why I ordered this one. I have it on my 250mm V1.8, which is fantastic. Um, I thought I was having some adhesion issues with my 1.8, but it seemed to. I bumped up the first layer to 110 instead of 105, and that seemed to fix it. Let's see here. But yeah, as long as you like a textured surface or can live with it, it's not a super textured surface, but it is textured. Let's see if I can show. Let me jump back to the printer or scene 2. Here we go. Let's see if this shows up at all. Maybe. So yeah, so there's a slight texture there. It's not super textured. So I would like smooth. If I could find a smooth Altastick plate, I would be happy. This one you can kind of see that in the front left, it kind of seems like there's a little bit of kind of a weird texture there, and then there's another spot on the plate where it almost seems like the texture is not uniform. So that was a little weird. I didn't see that on my previous one, but it is what it is. The As far as the Altastick magnet, this is actually what I'm using right now. So I have a Triangle Labs magnet on my 250 1.8. I have a Wham Bam on the 350 1.8, and I have now this Altastick on the this 300 2.4, and it's actually pretty. It's really thin. It's a lot thinner than either of the Wham Bam or the Triangle Labs, which was kind of interesting. Maybe there's a less variation in thickness, so maybe your plate will be flatter. I'm not sure. Because you don't have, I think the thicker the magnet, maybe the more variation in surface is allowed, the higher tolerance. But it seems to stick okay. It still has a decent pulling force, essentially. Wait till you see the crazy things done with 3 pallets. I saw that one video where they took like 16 of them or something like that and did them in like multiplexer, and it was just a massive, ridiculous, crazy stuff. That was fun. Eventually I'll try my palette again, especially if I can get the multi-material, if I can get Hips and ABS working with this, it'll be good. Nice mark on your 2.4, almost the same colors. Yeah, I I was a little questioning, or I don't know, when I first put the frame together. Um, at the time, I was just getting whatever was cheapest, so I got the solar frame to save a bit of money, and someone was selling the black rails, which kind of to me, with a solar frame and black rails, at first I was like, oh my goodness, this looks terrible. Like I am not happy with my printer. But as you know, everything kind of came together in the end. I'm actually pretty happy with how it turned out. I think I still have the white protective sheet on the polycarbonate panels for the Magic Studios kit. And I actually think that provides a really nice kind of ambiance. It kind of brightens up the printer. Um, yeah. For Edward, the 250mm size for the build surface, I do not have a full 250 by 250 from the Altastick. I think they have like a 250 by like 240 maybe. So there's a little bit of space in the back that I can't print on. But on that printer, I really don't usually print full plates because most of the time I'm just printing kind of, I need a little bit of this or a little bit of that. And also, since I had moved, the build plate wasn't perfect. It wasn't quite leveled out. My extrusions were a little bit twisted and it didn't seem to work very well. But since I was a little scared of printing all the way across the build surface. But lately, I took a few minutes to get that fixed. by tweaking the extrusions with the hex wrench, and my build plate is super flat now, and so now I really don't worry about printing across the build plate. So, Kennedy Dog. So I did try P2PP and Canvas, and I think I tried a variety of things. The reason I bought the palette was really for hips and ABS. I had a friend who went to a different company, um, and I ran into him. You know, he came back to town to visit. We went mountain biking, but he asked me if I could 3D print some parts for him. And of course, when you're printing parts for an engineering company, um, they really don't want to say, you know, if I said, well, can you design them to be 3D printed so I can print them easier? That's really not an acceptable answer, because if you're designing a part for injection molding, you don't want to change features for 3D printing. You just want to be able to print the part, get it the exact shape and dimensions you want, and then be able to, you know, just drop it in and test it, test the injection molded part essentially. Um, and so, you know, based on what he was paying someone else, and I was like, okay, this is actually a decent place that I could get started. I've always looked for a company or some place to get my foot in to start selling to engineering companies. Um, but that's when I realized that, you know, I tried ABS supports for ABS, and it just the build surfaces, the print surfaces just did not look up to par, and it was just a pain. Like the parts he had were there was a lot of different overhangs and surfaces that it just wasn't acceptable to print with ABS supports. So that's when I went in and I was like, okay, I can pay off a pallet if I buy it. So I ended up buying the pallet 2 Pro because I was worried about the Voron kind of choking on it or choking the pallet. And I tried getting ABS and hips working on the pallet, but and I was just kind of in crunch time trying to get it working because he was basically waiting for me to get set up so you know I could print parts for him, and it never ended up working out. Um, I got some really great looking parts. Um, you know I tested with Cura, with Prusa Slicer, and some other things like that, and the best dent supports I could get was with Cura. I could never really get the same quality of supports with Prusa Slicer, and I'm not sure. I need to revisit them, but um, essentially with Cura, I could peel off the hips off the ABS after it was done printing, and the ABS surface would just be beautiful. It was incredible. I didn't even have to use limonene to dissolve the hips. Um, So that was really cool. However, I think so hips and ABS. I mean, you can peel hips off of ABS, so they don't really adhere well. So I think I was getting some contamination where after you switch filaments, maybe there was a little small amount of hip still in the nozzle, even though I was purging really long between uh, layers. And what that ended up doing was my ABS basic structural parts were really weak because the layer adhesion wasn't good. Um, so when I print the part with ABS supports, full ABS, it would be really strong, but when I print ABS and hips, the layer adhesion would be really weak to the point where if you like dropped on like a floor or even like on your table, it would split. So obviously that wouldn't work. So that's kind of my biggest concern about this is that even what I have right now here, it may still not work with hips and ABS, but at least I'll be able to test it and try to work on some settings to see if it's possible. I do have natural ABS and black hips filament now from KVP, which I know they're probably better quality than what I was using before. So hopefully I should be able to see if there's any black specks in the natural ABS parts, which would imply that the black hips material was contaminating the ABS parts. So we'll see if that works, and if it does, that's like a huge game changer for me, because being, again, the kind of difference between the consumer level 3D printer and industrial 3D printers is really just being able to throw any part on the surface and just have it turn out good. And you really need some sort of soluble or removable support that leave the print surface, even if there's an overhang, like really good quality. And if we could do that with a Voron printer, that would be really awesome. So I'm really excited to get dual color ABS prints tuned, and then be able to take those learnings with HIPS and ABS and learn from there. So I know I was ranting there for a while, so now I'm going to go back through the chat some. So yeah, it's also possible that my ABS or HIPS filament wasn't fully dry, so I'll probably make sure to dry them well before. Let's see here. Patrick, I know you haven't asked any questions since you asked if you could ask questions, but definitely go ahead if you're still here. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. So. Let's see, I had Tetrising the McMaster magnet. I really didn't want to do that. And I really hate replacing magnets as well. So, but yeah, this one seemed to go on well. Yeah, so hopefully it holds up. It wasn't super expensive either, so that's also a plus. I know Subtle has a really expensive magnet, but apparently it lasts a long time, so there's always a plus there. And yes, you can choke the palette so easily. I always love I point anyone to the live stream where Mosaic was doing the demo of how awesome their product was, and then the filament snapped in the middle of the live demo because the buffer ran out right before a switch filament swap. But I think they can rework that. They should be able to do some stuff in firmware to protect against that, but ultimately they should have a buffer that triggers when it is fully open or fully full instead of completely empty, because then they can, they'll know how far away they are from, if they need to do a ping to make sure the buffer is, full, or calibrate the buffer, that will happen, and there will be extra buffer, not no buffer, but also there's the other addition about the same guy that did that video commenting about how the buffer's messed up. He has an expansion that can kind of stick on the palette to have a longer buffer, and that's really cool. I was a little worried about it messing up the calibration. I think you need to move the scroll wheel that measures how much filament is being used to the exit of that huge buffer. Because otherwise, depending on how full the external buffer is during the ping, it could really kind of mess up how that goes. So, evolution of the models. Yeah, models not versions is a good. Yeah, so of course, so V 1.0 came along. There was V 1.5. V 1.6, and so V2 was kind of, yeah, again, it's originally it was version 2 was better than version 1, but they've always coexisted, as version V1 kind of being the lower cost option, less complexity than V2. I think if you pay attention when you're building a V2, and really are kind of anal about making sure everything's calibrated, making sure everything's assembled, that your Z belts are exactly the same length and exactly the same tension, like nothing's racked. All those things really add up, and if you pay attention, um, you know, you should have a good experience. Like I've been impressed with how little tweaking or fiddling I've had to do with the V2.4. The original Voron I made was the V2.1 back in 2018, and there's a lot of improvements and stuff like that, quality of life changes since then. Um, but really, I mean, V0 is a little more difficult to assemble than say a V1 or Switchwire because it's so tight. Everything is so compact, and with the 1515 15 millimeter by 15 millimeter extrusions, um, they can't fit any drop-in T-nuts or roll-in T-nuts. So you have to pre-install all the T-nuts before you build build a printer. And so if you forget one, then you have to kind of tear it apart and put it back together. I almost built a complete V0. Then I ended up selling it to another person in order to fund this V2.4 build. Um, so, you know, it's a great printer. I know people like it. Um, it was a little small for what I needed, and I kind of wanted to have a 2.4 after I hadn't had one for a while. V1.8, I'm partial to it because that's kind of my printer, or at least my baby, at least that I didn't do all the design. Obviously, most of it was RCF and based on 2.4, but I did all the legwork and making sure everything was done and doing all the CAD modifications and stuff like that and testing. Um, so I'm always going to be biased, but I really like the V1.8 because it is kind of a simpler version of V2.4. Um, there will be updates to V1 as well as V2 and V0 and Switchwire. Um, but V1.8 is just the Z assembly is so much simpler. There's less things that can go wrong, but it still gets all the same performance of V2. I've heard people say V2 is a little faster than V1. I don't think that's true anymore. Um, there's kind of some pluses and minuses both ways, but V1.8 is definitely a good option. V2.4 is just great. I mean, after having not seen a quad gantry level for um, a year and a half, 2 years, seeing one again, and also seeing the gantry move up and down and the build plate stay stationary after being so used to printers where the Z bed drops instead of staying stationary. It's just really, there is something special about it, and it's really cool. Um, I can't deny that. Switchwire again is a really great printer too. I haven't had any experience with it. Steve here is helped RCF a lot in the development of that, so he knows a little bit more. Um, but yeah, it's also a great printer. And yeah, as far as it's not a great place to get a complete upload, that is true. We've had started and stopped many times in getting a better documentation place to kind of have a summary of everything. But it really it's hard. There is summary and there's tribal knowledge, but it's not really cohesively put together in any one place. We're working on it, but it's one of those things that it's hard to get motivation to do documentation. Yes, long belt is really key, um, and like even the 300 is huge. I have a 350 right behind me, um, and it's just a local guy I signed up to help him, which um, has turned into a complete rebuild. But especially on your first printer, it's so much easier to tune a smaller printer. Like most of my prints are all on my 250 millimeter V1.8 because it's just so simple. I know my V2.4 is at the point too where I can just press print from my living room and never check first layer or anything and just walk down there in 2 hours and see what happens. But 350 is just huge, and like most of the time, if you know you need 350, then build a 350. Like I was doing some things for work where I had really large, like a 350 by 350 by 400-ish parts, um, that it was awesome that I had a big printer, because my V1.8 is huge. Um, and that was, but again, that was a specific use case. I needed to print large objects, which were basically cylinders, um, as quick as possible. So I got a Volcano. I used 0.8 millimeter nozzles. I maxed out the flow rate, and I just pressed print at 5 o'clock. Um, when I got home from work, and I'd have a huge part done the next morning at 8 o'clock. It didn't look great, but it was functional, and that was awesome. Like that was so satisfying. I was able to iterate on a design so quickly, because I was able to literally every single day design and test, you know, what I was working on, which was great. I didn't have to wait for an outside supplier. So if you need it, you need it, and it's great. But um, most of the time, you like if you're filling, like for instance, if you're doing print it forward, if you're filling up a 350 millimeter plate, the plate times, even with really fast, with really fast settings, which you might not want to hit so high with the 350. Like you don't want to do 7,000 acceleration probably with the 350. Um, but the plate time is so long that it's like more than 24 hours to print a full 350 plate if you're filling it up. Um, and in that case, it really doesn't, like Doc mentions about like wake sleep cycles. Like he wants a plate to, you know, be 22 hours long or something like that, so that in the morning he can take parts off and hit print, and then repeat that cycle. And so 350 is so big that it really doesn't fit nicely. So it's like it's pretty rare that you'll actually need it. So I think that's the biggest summary. I mean, 350 is awesome. I think at least in Fermio mentioned that I think he's about 50-50 between 350 and 300, with a little less 250. Um, if I had one printer, I would make a 300, because it's big enough for you know most parts you'll need. That'll be like 12 inches by 12 inches is a great size. Um, and it's really easy to find flex plates for it and magnets, and it's good. So that is typically what I'd recommend. Either a 300 millimeter 2.4 or a 1.8. So um, yeah, and just everything gets trickier. Um, I mean, like we're using cast aluminum plates. They're generally flat, except as Robo Dave, um, has found his cast plate was ridiculously warped for some reason. So I guess he got a bad one, but generally they're fairly flat. But the bigger your plate is, the more likely it is to have, to warp over time or come warped. Um, and it's just harder to get a first layer across the entire build surface. Yeah. But yes, when I built my, you'll find this funny maybe, but when I built my the 2.1, I built a 350, because I needed something big, and I volunteered to do it for work, which I'll never do again. Um, but I also wanted to print stuff that's even bigger than that. So I tried. I think I got a frame for 550 by 550 by like 950, which is ridiculously insane. I'm glad I never had to suffer through that, because I ended up leaving that job shortly after the frame and kind of main part was built. But um, yeah, tensioning the belts is ridiculous. There is a guy on YouTube that uh, made a basketball hoop mounted on a wall that would basically there'd be a camera to figure out where the basketball was going, and then it would move the hoop to catch the ball essentially. And essentially what he had was a huge Core XY belt system. Um, uh, and watching the number of times he tried to get it running, every single time like the belts would jump off the cogs and everything like that. It was ridiculous, and that's really a great example of what happens. It's just so hard to tension things. And if I had time, I would um, continue my kind of resonance and belt tension study. I want to do it eventually, but I kind of want to, again, I had this 300 millimeter 2.40 build that's been taking a while. I have the 350 build to do. I need to get my large 1.8. So there's just so many things on my plate right now that I want to do as well. But if you're going bigger than 350, um, you know, maybe if you go to like 9 millimeter belts at 400, maybe that would be fine. Again, that's going to be really difficult to do, at least with the Voron, because you're going to have to redesign everything. But yeah, 9 millimeter belts will help. But then if you're going bigger than that, you really just want to do a Cartesian style printer. Like I think a V2 style gantry where the gantry is flying with 4 motors, I think could work well above. I think that is the way to go, honestly. If you're going to like a meter by meter build plate, that thing's going to get so hot, so huge that it's going to be really difficult to move up and down. So flying gantry is great, but then maybe a Cartesian X and Y is better because then your belt lengths are still reasonable. Major changes being contemplated beyond 2.4. Honestly, right now, there's not a lot on the plate for 2.4 that I know of. Um, I mean, so like the big things, like 2.4 did get a lot simpler and costed down where it needed to, but then you have your metal 80 tooth gears, which were used to be printed. And that metal gears, like that helps a lot for repeatability, especially if your printed ones weren't round or the teeth weren't well defined or things like that. But with 2.4, there's really not a lot to improve right now. It's at a pretty nice spot. I think right now what I'm working on right now with the 2-in-1 splitter, like getting a dual material or dual color V2.4 would be awesome. I think it works a little better with a 2.4 to do a 2-in-1 splitter and Bowden than it does with a V1 because um, at least when you're printing shorter objects, the Bowden it just has a really nice straight path. I have the extruders mounted right where the exhaust grill is, so my Bowden length is really quite short, and there's almost no bends at all, which is great. Um, that's about the most ideal case you can have for a Bowden extruder. Um, so I think probably that's why I put it on this because I think it's a good candidate for it. Um, but that's about it that I know of. I think there's some other things in the works, but I haven't really been following it too much. For V1.8, um, again, it's at a great place. It was a big step up from V1.6, and I think we'll continue that. The one thing that Cron noticed is essentially changing to um, a 3-point bed mounting where with 3 independent Z motors is actually not much more expensive than having the current setup because you can get rid of the bed extrusions and some other parts like that, which is great. Um, so the cost isn't too big, which is always a kind of a concern with V1 because V1 costs the same as V2. Who's going to buy a V1? Um, but I think it should be regarded in a slightly different kind of light than just a cost-based thing. V1, the gantry is secured to the frame a bit better, so it's a little bit stiffer than a V2, even though the moving mass is pretty close to the top. Um, the other thing is if Voron ever gets a tool changer, it makes a lot more sense to put that on a V1 instead of a V2 because then you only have to align the tools in basically X instead of having to align them in X and Y when you're kind of mounting them and unmounting them. So that may be something there. I'm not sure. Um, Also, if you're looking for higher temperature stuff, which isn't really supported, it's not. Vorons aren't designed for high temperature, um, but we do support, or we do, I have insulation on my V1.8. I don't have any chamber heaters because it doesn't need it. Um, but my V1.8, since all the heat's at the top and heat rises, it does tend to keep your part a little bit hotter, I think, than a V2, because the heat's just going to rise immediately. So I think that's cool. The other thing is, if you ever wanted to put your motors outside the build volume, um, a V1 is going to be a lot easier to do that than a V2 because the gantry's fixed. Um, with LDO's high temperature motors, the putting the motors in the extrusion inside the enclosure may not be as big of a deal. But again, if you're going over like 70 or 80 Celsius, just everything pretty much starts destroying itself, and it's going to take a lot of redesign to do that. But 60 or 70 Celsius is entirely within the realm of possibility if you put a little bit of insulation around the printer and seal it up well. ABS does like it. It does. You do have to use more part cooling, but since the ambient temperature is higher, um, you know, it works out, and the layer adhesion is a lot higher as well, which is probably why people think ABS is really weak. Because if you're printing it in open ambient, the layer adhesion is going to be really poor. But if you print it at 70 Celsius, the layer adhesion is really high comparatively. So, a Delta tool changer. Wow, that would be really crazy. I'm just trying to envision what that would look like. That would be pretty intense. Let's see here. Anything interesting going on? Yeah, there's some minor quality of life stuff. I think one thing that I know people are working on is improving the afterburner part cooling, which is great. Um, it's a little bit trickier than when with the V2.2 style toolhead where you had two 4010 axial blowers, or not axial blowers, centrifugal blowers. The air on both sides is going to be even because you have two identical fans, you know, having separate intake and exit air. With afterburner, with a single fan split into two ducts, it's going to be trickier to split that air equally between left and right and get it into the right place. So there's been a lot of great work. Bad Noob, Greg, some other people like that have been doing a lot of CFD work, which is really cool to see, and trying to optimize the flow and doing testing with PLA. Again, I think with ABS, it's not as big of a deal with part cooling because you really don't use 100% part fan. If you're using over 20%, you're probably going to have issues. But with PLA, you might be running at 100%, and you still need more part cooling. So it's really cool seeing their work. Yes, okay, so the Jetpack Afterburner Mobius. So that is a great question. That's another that's another great thing. So of course Mobius was the original solution. Um, you know, all of the Vorons until about 10 months ago or 11 months ago were all Bowden. So that's great. People print fast. You can have really good parts with Bowden. Depending on your, Bowden tube, how everything's set up, your retraction can be pretty high though. Like I think with my V1, I was in like the 6.5 or 7 millimeter range. V2 maybe you're a little lower than that. I think I'm at 4 millimeters now, which is a lot more reasonable. But when you're trying to use pressure advance to equalize flow during high accelerations, um, it can get really difficult with a long Bowden tube to do that. I think, like for reference, like the direct drive afterburner, I typically run like 0.08 pressure advance, um, but with these Mobius, again it was around 1, which is 10 times the pressure advance, and if you're running really fast acceleration, um, the rate at which your extruder needs to change speeds and account for that just grows up. I'm not sure if it's exponential. It's at least linear, it's maybe squared, um, but it's crazy. So the original thing was uh, Bowden is faster than direct drive. I don't know if that's the case really anymore. There's a lot of complexity around that. The moving mass is less, and there's going to be less ringing, due to the moving mass. But then the time to retract and extrude actually does add up after a while, to the point where like a zero point 0.2 or 0.3 millimeter retraction on a direct drive can be a lot faster, even though you might have to print a bit slower with the direct drive because the tool head's heavier. But then there's also the um, the whole thing around input shaper enabling us to go faster with direct drive, as far as accelerations, which gets you to the point where you can run 7,000 acceleration, 7,000 millimeters per second squared acceleration on a direct drive afterburner, which is insane. Because the afterburner is not necessarily a light extruder; it's decently beefy. To do that on a Bowden extruder, you don't need to, from a ringing standpoint, you can run 7,000 probably without input shaper, or 10,000. But then from a pressure advance standpoint, it almost becomes the limiting factor because your extruder just can't compensate fast enough. So I really don't know. It'd be an interesting test to see which ones can be faster, but the Mobius might be the limiting factor. Who knows? But so then Afterburner came along. So actually, Jetpack was in development before Afterburner. So Jetpack was essentially, I wish I still had one lying around. I tore it apart um, to do my second Mobius because I needed some spare parts. Um, but right when I joined the development team was when Jetpack was going through, kind of starting to get into beta testing, and it's really cool. I think that was the first time where, like, with V1, since the Bowden tube is kind of coiled around a little bit, you're basically printing at the Mach Z of a V2.4 all the time. So your traction's a little longer. With Jetpack, my retractions went down to like 0.5 millimeter, and my pressure advance dropped to like 0.4 instead of 1. So it's a lot easier for the extruder to keep up. And it's not a lot of mass, and it's mounted onto the x-axis, which is a lot more stable than um, the tool head, which is on the rails, MGN rails. Um, it's a really cool extruder. It kind of you know ended up in the shadows because not many people use it, but it's a great extruder. You can run two jetpacks on a larger printer. I think maybe a 300 is maybe the minimum size you need for that. I might try it sometime here, and put two on this printer. Of course, the weight on the x-axis is going to be relatively high then, but um, you know maybe it won't be an issue. So yeah, and then of course there's Afterburner. There's the Clockwork module, which is essentially just a BMG extruder repackaged into, to fit into our system, which is great. Um, it's reliable. It's basically all the moving parts are all, mass produced, so the tolerances are better than printed parts generally, which is great. You have Galileo that is a planetary setup, which is also great. And it can use a small NEMA 14 motor with a small gear. Um, I have not used that yet, but I have the parts for it, so one day I'll get to that. Um, and then let's see here. Then there's also the option of using the small NEMA 14 stepper motor, um, and driving the BMG gear off of it. You get a little higher gear ratio than just a straight BMG gear, but it is a lot lighter because the extruder motor is so small. So that's something I'm interested in doing some more in the future, but I haven't done that either. Cable drive type extruders. Yes, there are. I forget what's the company that does it. Someone will post in chat, I'm sure. Um, I think. Wow, it's been a long time. Was it Jared? There was someone maybe a year ago or so, maybe 10 months, um, that started out. I think the very first part he put on his. I think it was Jared. I forget. But he uh, installed that cable drive. Zesty. Yeah, there we go. Zesty. The Zesty Nimble. So he installed that on his printer. Um, and I think it worked decently well, but you still do have the issue of essentially that cable isn't perfectly. Who was the other? I'm not sure what your question is, Raymond. Um, oh, Jared. Okay, got it. I think you still have the issue where the cable drive isn't perfectly torsionally stiff. Um, so there is going to be a shift in rotation from the extruder motor to the actual tool head essentially, and so it's not the same quite as a Bowden pressure advance, but you still do have that. It's not the Bowden, you know, compressing in the tube, but it is still the torsional displacement that is an issue. It also creates tension. You mean against the tool head, where driving the tool head different directions and stuff like that? Um, I think it's pretty. I think it's pretty stiff, right? The cable. Um, so it's almost like an additional force the tool head has to push against sometimes. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's still an issue. But yeah, there's a lot of really interesting things like that. And then there's what is it? The Berg air cooling or whatever, where you have a air pump outside the printer and then a air line to the tool head that directs air directly on the nozzle. So you don't need the fans or the part cooling fan. That's also another interesting concept that would be interesting. There's water cooling as well, which I think doesn't make sense, but yeah. There's been a few people in Discord recently that have been trying to find these small, like, what is this smallest tool head possible? Um, oh, backlash isn't it? That's good. Backlash is not an issue. Yeah, it's like, so let's see. I got an ANET A8 in 2017. 2017, I think. Yeah, fall of 2017. And like, just even looking back another 5 years before then, like seeing essentially the 3D printers that were just threaded rod and stuff like that. It's just crazy, even just the amount of 3D printer companies out there, the amount of development we get from China and America and all that. It's so available and you can get parts so easily. Bird area. And like, just even thinking that there's companies out there like LDO or Big Tree Tech or uh, Ficet, Etra, I don't know how to say, Ficet, Ficec, um, that make control boards and are kind of integrated with different communities and there's all these different people contributing to it, and it's so cool to see. the things you can do. Um, like I think if even if they were like Arduinos or things like that, um, you know, when I was in middle school or high school or whatever like that, I think I might have gone into more software stuff instead of mechanical engineering. But um, it's just crazy the amount of stuff you can do for so cheap. Like to think you can buy like an Arduino Nano for like $1.75 on AliExpress, have it shipped halfway around the world, and do a small project with it, or even an ESP32. I mean, take it up to the more current generations where you have Wi-Fi and all this extra capability and processing power to do whatever you want. Um, it's so cool. And yes, I had my A8, and I really considered doing the AM8 conversion, but I never got around to it. Yeah, man, 1.6. That's crazy. That came out, I think, Christmas of 2018-ish. It was pretty soon after V2.1, I think. Yeah, it's it feels like forever ago that like V2.0 or V2.1 was, but really, I mean, there's been major releases, regularly the last few years, and even this year it's ridiculous with V0, V1.8, V2.4, and SwitchWire all within, a matter of, I guess, if you count development time, it's been maybe a year or so. But yeah, and Clipper is so cool. I Yeah, it's so cool how, um, like I forget which Earth conference it was, but the one guy that had like a demonstration of a 16 tool changer where he just wired up a crap ton of different like ramps board. He grabbed whatever board he had and whatever stepper drivers he had and just wired them all up and just had like 16 different extruders. Like that level of complexity and just being able to do whatever and mix and match is just so cool. And yeah, talking about like how far behind like professional stuff is, like one of the things that really bothered me was when I was doing my V2.1, I was really frustrated because I was printing on my work at the time had a Ultimaker, and it needed pressure advance so bad. Like you'd print a rectangle and the corner blobs were just so bad that I couldn't get parts to fit together. It was ridiculous. Um, and that was like, I know my personal printer can print better than this. Like there's definitely stuff the Ultimaker is good at, like no doubt about it. But just the very fact that like the parts didn't, you know, turn out dimensionally accurate just bothered me so much. And yeah, I love. There's so many people in the Voron community that are just passionate about it and willing to contribute, and there's fresh blood all the time. It's crazy how many people have joined in the last year, even the last 6 months. Um, and it's easy to get burnt out, but it's um, I think we're in a really good place in the community. I know we're not perfect, but it's just great to get to work together and develop cool stuff. I'm not running a PT100 on this. I wanted to. Originally, I was gonna run. I did run the original V6 that came with the kit, but I hadn't put the thermal paste on it, and I replaced it with. I ended up replacing with the Triangle Labs V6 heat break and heatsink, and then I have a what is it called? I have a Maxawatt heater and thermistor combo on it now. That's probably one of the only other thermistors that I actually trust, other than a PT100. But I will switch it over eventually, but until I have a catastrophic failure, probably not. I have tried Mainsail. Yep, I have it on my V1.8, and right now I'm testing fluid, um, on this printer you saw earlier. Um, it's basically a different interface, but similar concept. Dual ramp setup with A4988 drivers. I I always love it when people experience TMZ drivers for the first time and how like many expletives they say because they're like it's not making any noise at all. It's ridiculous. Voron is not perfect as far as making most printers sold like overpriced Apple products, but I do think we have like again it comes back to the community, it comes back to RCF. Like there is a certain standard and a certain ethos that we've we have, and that's awesome. Um, and we have just so many great contributors. Like I think one of the most powerful things is the amount of people that we have that are experienced and willing to pitch in. Because you just, I mean, if you paid people for the time they spent on this, it would be really expensive. But you know, we're all doing this for fun, and because we love doing it, and we love seeing the honestly beautiful printers that come out of it. Um, and it's great making something that you're proud of, not only from a performance standpoint, but from an aesthetic standpoint. So. Building a few V2s, yes, that is awesome. The tricky part, again, it comes back to I think what most people don't realize when they buy a 3D printer is that they don't realize that it's not like a printer you print your, you know, documents on. Because a printer is as much the operator as it is the printer, um, and the learning curve is pretty steep. I think the Prusa and some other places, other companies like that, have made it um, not idiot proof, but like they've made it easy to start getting good results out of something. But I think most people underestimate the amount of effort it takes and kind of understanding of it, getting it right. Um, and that's one of the cool things I like about DIY printers. Like, I forget who it was recently was talking about, do I buy this printer for $400 and upgrade it, or do I buy a Voron 1.8 and build, or do I build a V 1.8? And from my perspective, like after looking at people that have spent, or like Medusa, he has an Ender 3. He started with one, and he's put 500, 600, $700 of upgrades in it. And at that point, it's like the peak performance you can get out of it is always limited by just the printer itself, no matter how much you throw at it. Um, so if you start it from a good base, then that's really critical. Um, and it's really cool to have put something together if you're mechanically inclined. If you're not mechanically inclined, then you probably shouldn't be having a 3D printer in the first place, in my personal opinion, because something's always going to break. It's always going to need maintenance, so you're going to have to know how to fix it. If you put it together in the first place, and if you're part of a community that's willing to help you out, even if you don't understand what's going on, um, that is worth a lot. Yeah, I, man, I would love to like find a group of kids who I would love to find a group of kids who would like to learn about 3D printers and build stuff like that. I think it's really powerful. Again, just seeing something you built make another part in general is amazing, but then just watching it print is just, I mean, you're sitting here watching a printer print on your screen, and we've been here for the last 2 hours, so But yeah, it's awesome. And that's the hard part too. It's like Prusa is great because it is, they do have the good support. If something breaks, they'll ship it to you. You can get a replacement part. You can get help like that. Um, until a Voron is dialed and has like presets, like okay, you're gonna print with these settings, like um, it is hard to just plop a model on the build plate and just hit print. But once you get it to that point, it's amazing. But if you don't have at least one person on like a team or a group that is kind of owning the machine and understands it and can help someone else, then it's tricky. With a Prusa, probably most people can like watch a tutorial online on how to install Prusa Slicer and be rolling. Um, so, but yeah, the mistake I made with work was to offer to build a Voron and then to build a Voron and it kind of felt like I was doing it in my spare time. Um, but I didn't want to do it all in my spare time because it's a lot of work to build a Voron, and it ended up taking all my time outside of work, even though it was work. So when I was working on it at work, I felt like I was slacking off and people were judging me. And when I was doing it at home, I got to the point where I was annoyed that I was working on a printer that I wasn't gonna have permanently. So that is so cool about the printers. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure there's robotics clubs around where I'm at that I could get people hooked. Of course, it's a little tricky with the coronavirus right now, um, unfortunately. Checking Discord. But yeah, the other thing that's a big, um, let's see here. COVID is the reason why I picked up 3D printer. It's great. I mean, to be honest, the Voron community is like, it's awesome. There's a lot of great people, and especially when you're trapped at home, not able to see a lot of people in person, it's great to have a hobby that you know you can nerd out on with a bunch of other people. But the other thing, um, like about now that there's more kits coming out, like, and you don't have to source everything quite yourself, that's a really big deal. Um, that's one of the reasons why this V2.4 is printing right now, is because it is exhausting. You know, researching what parts you should buy, seeing how much it costs, trying to find the best deals. Like that is exhausting, and it takes a lot of time, um, especially if you're trying to be cost conscious. And um, yeah, being able to buy a kit and have everything show up in your door in a box you know in a week via UPS or something like that is huge. And yeah, that's awesome. Because it takes a lot of the stress out. It's enough stress building one, um, you know, and so if you can get kind of good components from the get-go, it's great. And it's great when there's when the people doing it are involved in the community. Like I know Magic Studios and Digimac, I think Mock is it. They're both like active, and so you know they're more they'll hopefully be responsive when things change and things like that. Like LDO is fantastic. Like the fact that they, you know, after this last high temp motor group buy and some other things like that, after that had issues, the fact that they're replacing extruder or stepper motors for free, just because they, you know, they care. That's fantastic. That's awesome. Um, knowing that people stand behind their products and will keep up to date and keep trying to make sure that things are good quality. Like that's a lot. There's going to be a lot of suppliers sometimes that will, you know, oh, I have a good reputation now. Now is the time where I can swap this part A for part B that's cheaper for me that might not be as good quality. That's not the type of person, the companies that we want to work with. But if there's companies that are trying to improve and help um, provide a service to the community, like that's fantastic. Fermio Labs, yes, 100%. Yeah. Live XY is great. I'm really excited for. Um, so I'm sure a lot of you know that there's a WeChat group in China, and also I think it's called Q group in China. Um, Last I checked a few weeks ago, someone mentioned I think there's almost like 650 or 700 people in that group just from China. Um, and there's a lot of serials there that have not been able to be submitted yet because they can't access Reddit. But hopefully we're working on a way for them to be able to submit for serials soon. So we will have probably an explosion of serial requests here in a bit, which will be awesome. Because like there's one thing that like people in China like they have the ability and I mean they are passionate about their printers and the level of customization they have is just fantastic. Like illuminating the Voron logo in the afterburner or having custom laser etched panels with like information about your printer. Like there's just some of them are just completely mind blowing, and it's just great to see them. I wish I could keep up with all the communities, but I'm excited to see more about their printers here soon. Yep, you can never have too much belt, and don't over tighten your belts. Generally, at a minimum, I um, recommend buying 1.5 times the belt you need, so that if you cut one of your belt too short, you can still wire or belt your printer with the other two. Because as soon as you get the as soon as you have to buy U.S. sources, it is ridiculously expensive. I bought high temp belt from Philistruder, yeah, Philistruder, and it's expensive. But now Triangle Labs has high temp belt, I think in both 6 and 9 millimeter versions. So I should stock up on that next time. Oh my goodness. Trying to keep up with the Voron Discord is exhausting. Exhausting. I've, up until maybe a month ago, I at least tried to keep every channel read, and I didn't really mute anything except some of the local channels that I didn't understand the language. But I just got to a breaking point where I couldn't even, there's just no possible way to keep up with everything. So it's good to get a general summary of things every once in a while. But the more spare parts you buy, the cheaper it'll be to build another Voron. And V1.8 and V2.4 share a lot of common parts, so I feel bad not being able to spend as much time in the help channels because there was a time when I spent hours and hours and hours, there, and I always like doing that because it's good to keep in touch with the people that are building to see what issues they have and questions but it's just not practical sometimes. Like yeah, because it's like you know there comes a time when, like, even like right now, like I have enough stuff that I need to test on my list that there's like no way to start development on the next printer. But that's where some other people can pick up, stuff. But um, you have to carve out time to develop new things, instead of just maintaining the status quo. Otherwise, the new things will never end up showing up. Yeah, luckily Discord search is really powerful, but it takes a long time to figure out where everything is, figure out where pins are hidden, things like that. Um, 120 Decibel is a user that's been working a lot on compiling a lot of the documentation we have into a Git Markdown editable document, and that will be critical. That'll be amazing once it gets fully released and finished. A lot of my uh, SKR setup guide that's now morphed into a few other things are in there and some other things like that. But they're editable, so people will actually be able to contribute to them. Like, for instance, right now we just have like SKR 1.3 and 1.4, um, supported, but there's so many other boards. Like, there's the Fly board with the 9 drivers. People are using the GTR and M5. They're using the Vicet Act S6. There's so many different supported things that it's like, um, how do you compile all that information and make it easily searchable and findable? So um, I have hope we'll get there. My my only hope with Voron, I don't care if our printers aren't perfect, because they're not. Um, but as long as people that are joining the Voron Discord um, feel welcomed, and that they can ask questions without being ridiculed or scoffed at, um, ultimately we're just a bunch of people who like making cool stuff. And kind of the maker movement is just super exciting and awesome. And it's just, we make stuff, and that's awesome. And that's really all there needs to be. Like, someone shouldn't feel pressured that they, have to read a bunch of stuff and search the perfect terms to find the answer. They should be able to just ask a question. And I know it's hard. Um, I know there's a lot of people that spend time answering questions day in, day out, and like we wouldn't exist as a community without those people. Um, but my hope is that it's self-sustaining to the point where, as you join the community and as you get questions answered, that you can contribute. You don't have to contribute for indefinitely, but even if you contribute some to help someone else get up and running, um, that can kind of be self-sustaining. But we've just had so much influx the last 6 months. It's crazy. So have a good night, Kit. Thanks for hanging out. Your Voron can be like mine when it grows up too. I'm really excited for this Y splitter. I think we're kind of reaching the critical mass of people testing it. between Uber and Steve and I, and I'm sure other people will do it soon too here too. Um, if we can have a known good Prusa slicer config, like even just doing this print, like I think this print is literally just taking what Uber's Prusa slicer config was and changing the bed size. It's crazy. I think it's been working pretty good. Let me go over and check. Yeah, that's a fantastic print. Oh my goodness. The palette keychain, that's like perfect. Honestly, looks fantastic. This is so much better than last time. I know that it's still gonna be tricky here for the Benchy. I know it's a hard print, um, but we'll get there. We'll see how it goes. Let's see. Maybe I'll grab the other one. I'll grab the other one and stick it to the side. I think it'll still work. I'll just put it over here. That's out of the path. The tool head won't ever go there. So there's uh, there is the secondary or the first test. All that stringing and mess versus the new one. So, oh my goodness, Uber's configuration has been fantastic. Man, I'm really happy with this. Are there any things you wish Voron had or printers you have some envy over features? That is a great question. Okay, so this is my personal wish list. Let's see here. So there's a few things. One, it's kind of like how the Voron 2.4 is just cool. Even if it's maybe the benefit of having a flying gantry isn't, uh, you know, measurable. Um, Tool changing is one of those things that are just so cool. Like, it's just like I feel like watching it do it is just like, wow, this is amazing. So getting tool changing in would be fantastic. I may or may not be looking into it, but I don't know much. I will be the first person to tell you that I am not an expert in multi-material, multi-anything. Um, I know there's so many communities that have really pioneered tool changing. Let's see here. I mean, E3D, of course. Jubilee has done amazing work. Railcore, I know, is working hard on stuff. There's a Black Box. What is the other one called? Like Crazy 3D something or other. Um, there's so many communities that are doing great work, and it would be great to like condense all of the amazingness from all those communities into one printer. But it's again, keeping up with one Discord is enough for me right now. But I don't think tool changing is really an answer for everything. Like, I think from a simplicity standpoint, like again, going back to those test prints I did for that company, um, the the amount of like, okay, I think like one of my prints I did with the palette, I think it was like 1,000 splices maybe over 60 hours. And if your settings aren't perfect, if there's some like one defect, the chance for failure is huge. And because it took so long, and because the timeline I needed was tight, it was so stressful because it's like one failure and you're like done, like because it's game over. If a splice failed, or if a tool chain's failed, or something failed, like that's a big issue. Um, and it's just, again, the simplest printer for the needs that you have is the best, in my opinion. But I will always have something in my heart for tool changing. The other thing is, I want to eventually do a strength test of ABS parts at, say, ambient temperature all the way up to, you know, something in the 80°C range, maybe up to 100-ish potentially. Um, but again, that's not something Voron has done, and I really don't know. Like, I don't really see myself printing exotic filaments regularly. But I'm just curious, and so I know that some other people have been working on that. And once you get up to those points, maybe you need some more metal parts and high temp stuff. But yeah. So I think tool changing, but specifically dual material ABS plus HIPS. ABS plus HIPS is number one. Um, Tool changing and higher temperature. Like, so the other thing I would like to bring up about the layer strength of ABS. When you're printing ABS parts, it really, like, it really doesn't matter as much the layer adhesion when you're printing something like a Voron part that is designed to be 3D printed, because each layer has a lot of width to it. You're not really printing single layers or single width. Like, you're not printing a 100,000 thick wall. It's usually larger objects that would never be injection molded. Um, but when you're printing engineering prototypes, you will almost always again be printing injection molded parts on a 3D printer, or parts designed for injection molding on a 3D printer. And those will always have thin walls. They will always have constant wall thickness or things like that. And so if your layer adhesion isn't fantastic, those parts are going to be super weak and they're going to split and all those types of things. And that's where like Stratasys or things like that with higher chamber temperatures really, I think, shines. Like the parts I get from work off the Stratasys printers, they are so strong. Like, they're just ABS parts, but they're strong. Layer adhesion is incredible. So if I could get a ABS plus HIPS printer with really strong layer adhesion, I think that would solve pretty much, or that would be like all my, that would be enough for me. I think that would be to the point where if I wanted to, or if the opportunity arose, I could start making money off of 3D printed parts, which I don't really right now. So, but are you running an accelerometer for input shaper? I have not run an accelerometer on this printer yet. I did the ringing tower. My frequencies were lower than I was expecting, so I tightened up the belt some, but they're still pretty low. I probably will run the accelerometer here sometime. Probably once the dual color is working well. That's probably when I'll install it. But then I can tune my belt tensions a bit better. But yeah. Inlaid carbon fiber. Oh my goodness. Like, is that the one that has like it has the like carbon fiber filament strands that it like surrounds with plastic? Because that is freaking awesome. Like, that is just incredible. Yeah, I know that's like like industrial level stuff, but um, just, I mean, and then the slicer stuff like that would be crazy too. But the one thing it would be cool. This is another thing. Let's see here. The one thing is if there's slicer support to start, like you've seen some of the kind of V1 style printers that can tilt the bed really far at an angle, and then you can kind of reduce the or you can print larger overhangs because the actual overhang isn't, cause since the part's tilted so far, that helps. Or what is it called? When you print at a um, when you're moving Z at the end, X, Y at the same time to get smooth top surfaces instead of layer lines, that is so cool. Um, and I think once we get slicer support for that, I would love to start experimenting with those. Um, and I think the V1.8 would be a great candidate for that because once it gets the updated Z axis. So so I have printed a few parts in polycarbonate, um, and it honestly printed quite well. Um, I think I had insulation around my V1.8, and I had a PT100, but it printed surprisingly easily. Um, so that was cool. Um, I'm a lot more boring than some of the other people that have printed a lot more interesting exotic filaments. There's one I think Kron was talking about recently where it has a higher heat deflection temperature than Ultem, but it's printable on like kind of printers like ours, maybe except at like 80 Celsius chamber, which is not out of the realm of possibility. Um, I think if you insulate your so I use Reflectix. You can get a roll from Lowe's for like 20 bucks. Um, the if you basically make a cocoon around your Voron with that, with no chamber heater, nothing like that, and regular ABS temps, you will get to the like you can get in the high 60s, low 70s to the point where you're almost at the range where you need to start changing out parts for high temp stuff, which is awesome. Um, like low 70s is fantastic. But yeah, that's one thing, and that's only like 15 bucks. So, no frog failed. That's no good. Steve, FYI, just a question. Did you print your splitter in point 0.1 layer height, or do you have it at point 0.2? And no, I have not printed the PC PVT from Push Plastic. Okay, that looks interesting. During my okay, point 0.1, good. Okay. Oh yeah, I'll have to try it again. Push Plastic's webpage for PC PBT is non-existent, or it doesn't load properly. No, it's not loading properly. Let me try again. PC PBT. Superior stiffness, ductility balance, structural integrity, drop impact performance, excellent fatigue performance, high chemical resistance. Let me just do this. Let's try that one. Wow. Yeah, that's really reasonable. How much is it? $50. Not bad. Yeah, I got the KVP PC. I can't type. Yeah, for the PC stuff, I was gonna make my whole printer black. And it's super glossy. Yeah, it's just this stuff. Let me see, let me find what Cron had. Doo -doo -doo. Here we go. Let's see here. Sure, if this loads. This is the stuff Cron was talking about. Carbon X HTN plus CF high temp nylon. Glass transition of 125. Heat deflection of 195. So that's definitely that's around what I printed polycarbonate at, so PT 100 for sure. So that's no big deal. Bed temp, that's really not that bad either. I mean, I printed with at 110 for this. I do want to eventually change my bed from normal adhesive to the RTV, so I don't have to worry about bed temp really. Um, and 80 to 120 C, that's pretty hot. Um, I could probably get close to 80, but obviously 120 is like melt everything. Hardened nozzle. This is cool. $85. Eventually it comes to the point where you just get stuff MJF printed. Yeah. Switch back to here. Looks like I'm getting some string in there, which is interesting. I think I'm at 4mm retraction. It's obviously less than it was before, but I just need a little bit more. I think this doesn't have pressure advance on it either, which is that's obviously not ideal, but I'll have to figure out the settings. So. Yeah, MJF parts are nice. I wish I could just get them from work. Be like, give them to me, but no. I will not do that. I have avoided it for my entire career, and I will continue doing so. So, I have a predicted finish in 1 hour and 53 minutes, which is crazy, considering that there's just that much of the benchy left. But that's what you get. I wonder if I can add pressure advance. Do I want to risk it right now? I will not. This configuration that I used is 4mm of pressure advance. Yep, I have the Galileo parts in MJF too. I like the ones that are dyed black instead of but the speckled, I guess that would be interesting. You can do an entire Voron printer. You could dye most of them black, and then use the speckled gray finish for accents, or vice versa. That'll be really interesting. Be a unique printer for sure. Well, it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Four color benchy in 24 hours. Oh my goodness. Yeah, multi-material does take a lot. Um, I guess that's where maybe Tool Changer helps, because you don't have to purge as long. You just have to really prime it each time. So maybe that's faster. But since it is almost 2 o'clock, I think I'm going to wrap up my stream here. Or let me rephrase that. I will sign off, but I will leave the stream running. So if you happen to feel like watching it catastrophically fail, you're more than welcome to. So, yep, I said I wasn't gonna stay up this late, but I guess I am staying up this late. So, but it's been fun. Thanks for those who have stuck around and helped me get through the initial configuration woes. But yeah, I'll stick around for a little bit longer, like maybe a few more minutes if anyone has questions. But otherwise, have a good one. Yep. Anytime, Patrick. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out on Discord. So. I'm a mechanical engineer. I do I don't do as much mechanical part design as algorithm, um, thermal system stuff. So. And yes, my name will change from Eddie the Engineer to something else sometime, but that'll be for another day. So. Yep, it's always fun to see where you go after your degree. Um, see how things change, and you end up in a different field or different job description. But always something new to learn, something fun to do. So. Well, have a good one, guys, and talk to you later, okay? I will just mute my mic, so.